alongside Kirk Herbstreit, Desmond Howard, and Nick Saban. And, we have all this star power in the first round. But you think Brock Gronkowski, Brett Favre, Drew Brees, among the kind of guys that can go in the second round.
Well, there's a lot of good players left out there, and I think this is where general managers and personnel people really create value for their organization when they make good picks in the second and third round.
So 23 offensive players win in the first round. That is a record. Might it change a little bit tonight to see more defense?
Yeah, I think there's a good chance. You start to see these defensive players start to slide. All of a sudden, the GMs that start to maybe get a little bit antsy and say, we got to get our guy right now. But one thing that stood out to me doing these NFL games, I always look at my board, and I'm always amazed. I think it's going to be all first rounders.
Right.
And all you see is the fourth and undrafted guys. So there's so many good players still out there for the taking if you're draft this early on.
We got all the quarterbacks, 6 of them as the record time. And 7 wide receivers, but I don't think we get the barrel on wide receivers. I don't think so. We have the most.
How do I clip? Oh, there you go.
I think we'll see guys playing off the board in the second and third round. Motown has come alive to this NFL draft. There's been a buzz of this city pretty much all week, and certainly for the last couple of days. We went rounds 2 and 3 tonight here on ABC and give you plenty of the backstories of the players who will be selected, what has led them to this point, how they fit with their team. Trades could be coming. We'll have it all for you tonight in Detroit.
College Game Day is built by the Home Depot. How doers get more done. And in part by Progressive Insurance. Round out your protection with life, phone, and pet health insurance.
Oh, you staying out here or going to your bedroom?
Going to my bedroom.
I cannot wait till Washington's on the clock. We got like 5 draft picks just in day 2. What happened to the... Buffalo is definitely getting a wide receiver. They need a wide receiver.
The College Game Day built by the Home Depot. Night 2 of the NFL draft in downtown Detroit. Second and third round selections will be made tonight. Also some compensatory picks at the end of the third round. There's Georgia.
So who do I think Buffalo's going to take? I'm thinking the guy out of Texas. Out of line Mitchell, I think, goes to Buffalo at pick 33.
South Carolina is sitting there waiting to see if he'll be drafted. I'll bet you that Blake Corum's going to at least like the way this draft starts tonight.
I want Washington to get offensive linemen. We need offensive linemen desperately.
Let's go, Detroit.
We got to protect Jaden Daniels.
There you go.
Welcome back to night 2 of the draft. Last night, we watched 32 amazing players join the NFL family in front of a record 275,000 people here. And guess what? Another 230,000 are already here tonight. So Detroit, you're within 100,000 of breaking the all-time NFL record for a draft.
Wow. That's impressive.
Let's go. Thank you for everything you've done. Enjoy the night. So you can see behind me, I'm joined by past, present, and future of football. Here on this stage, we have 32 current NFL players and legends who will announce the next generation of players. Also on the stage, we have 32 youth flag football players participating in the NFL Flag Regional Tournament here in Detroit this weekend. Thank you all for being here representing our game.
So Washington has
The celebration
2 picks in the second round, and we have 3 picks in the third round. So we control this day 2. Washington controls day 2 of the draft.
So in addition to the success of the Lions,
I expect us to at least draft 3 players in this day 2.
This crowd is amazing. I wish I could be there tonight, but I feel like some of my friends are in the house. Come on down, guys. Go blue.
When's Buffalo going to be on the clock? I expect wide receiver for Buffalo. I think New England would probably go offensive tackle. And then I'm hoping that the best center available falls to Washington. Because we need center help, as well as the Panthers at pick 39.
okay, you ready for round 2?
Let's get it. Round 2, open up.
Round 2 of the 2024 NFL Draft is now officially open.
Finally. Buffalo's on the clock.
The Buffalo Bills are now on the clock.
They need a wide receiver because they moved back twice with the Chiefs and then again with the Panthers last night. They have no wide receivers. I mean, what? Curtis Samuel is their best wide receiver? They just traded away Stephon Diggs.
The
Oh, Buffalo needs safeties too. I think it's too soon to pick a safety though. Maybe Cooper DeJean can fall to Washington. So I think Buffalo, Adeline Mitchell out of Texas, maybe Lad McCronkey out of Georgia, or maybe even Keon Coleman from Florida State. I think it's gonna be Mitchell though. I think it's gonna be Adeline Mitchell. That's my pick. If I was Buffalo, I'm picking Mitchell. Hey, I don't mind Buffalo getting Lad. I just think Buffalo needs a number one, and Lad McCronkey is not a number one. He's more of a slot receiver. I do not expect Buffalo to trade this pick. They can't trade this pick away. They're taking their time though. I don't know who's going to be the first running back taken. I mean, does New England take a running back at 34? Or does the Chargers pick Blake Corum out of Michigan, reunite with Jim Harbaugh? I think that could be a good spot for Blake. Okay, Buffalo's pick is in. What is Buffalo going to be picking? It has to be a wide receiver. If it's not, then yeah, we have 5. Washington has 5 picks tonight. I'm going to go out on a limb. I'm going to guess Buffalo's going to get the wide receiver from Texas. I'm going to say New England gets Lad McCronkey. I'm going to say Arizona goes out and gets Kool-Aid McKinstry, which leaves the center from Oregon to fall to Washington at pick 36. If If the draft falls like that, that is ideal as a Washington Commandos fan. That's what I want.
As the Bills are ready to make their selection now. It would be
Let's see what Buffalo selects.
I love it. I'm gonna speak for all Bills Mafia when I say we want to wish Keeper good luck, speed recovery, with blessed wishes. We have all the press for you. With that being said, with the 33rd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills select Keon Coleman.
They got Keon Coleman.
Big receiver, didn't run the greatest 40 time, but man, can he go and get the football started.
They got Keon Coleman.
As Desmond mentioned, played basketball for a short period of time for Tom Izzo there. He was a two-sport guy, dual-sport athlete in college. See Keon Coleman, going to Michigan State. The man there wanted to learn how to play in the cold, and you certainly can do that on the banks of the Red River in East Lansing, Michigan. A little bit warmer environments when he went to Florida State, where he was just a standout player for Mike Norvell.
One thing I really liked about Keon Coleman is they criticized the 40 time, but he had one of the best 10 times, 154. So he's got great quickness and great suddenness about it. He's a big, strong guy. He's great with the 50-50 ball. He could be a dominant blocker, but this guy can use his body really, really well to make plays. Great athlete.
Yeah, the competitive spirit, I think, is what really separates him from some of these other receivers, along with his size. You know, last night we saw Patrick Mahomes get Xavier Worthy, and I thought Josh Allen, we thought might get a pick last night, thought they'd go receiver. They ended up making a trade with Carolina, and now Josh Allen is very happy because remember, he loses Stephon Diggs and Gabe Davis, so they had to go receiver, and they got a great one here at Keon Coleman.
Yeah, like about Keon, he plays strong. He has soft hands, will make circus catches, little routine. He's one of 5 kids, and mom used to keep him busy with sports just so he can stay out of trouble. And he's also cousins with CeeDee Lamb.
So they just got Keon Coleman.
Things have worked out well. Yes, sir. We had Alice. Look at our draft stats built by the Home Depot. He had Coleman leading the ACC with 11 touchdown catches, and also was an effective punt returner too. So the Bills didn't get that receiver in the first round last night, but they opened festivities here on Friday night in the second round by getting a big target for Josh Allen.
Yeah, they had to, that's what I'm saying. They had to go that route just because of the loss of those 2 starters from a year ago.
By the way, the Los Angeles Chargers have moved up. They're now on the clock. The Patriots are supposed to be there, and they got the tip of the spear. Jim Harbaugh said he viewed offensive linemen as skill players. If you're going to attack, you would attack with the tip of the spear. So they took Joe Alt, the offensive tackle, out of Notre Dame last night. But somebody needs to get with Jim, and I still want to know, since he left Michigan and went to San Diego, is he still living in that RV in Huntington Beach?
Everyone was right there. They got, like you said, Big Joe Alt last night. All about trying to establish that identity from where they were to who they want to become. So very different from who they've been.
Yeah.
There he is right in front of the room. They're all clapping, fired up. They got exactly who they thought about all night.
And notice too, when you have Justin Herbert, a lot of their talk has been, think how good their quarterback would be if he had an effective running game, strong offensive line. That's where they started. But they've also lost receivers too, so they have a big need for wide receivers, sort of in the vein that Field Yates was talking about, that we might see a run of wide receiver.
Well, again, I think that to have explosive players outside of receivers, especially, really, really important when you're going to play the kind of game that Jim Harbaugh wants to play. Run the ball, play action pass, hit big plays.
Keon Coleman's a good wide receiver.
Receiver here would be a real plus for him.
And Keenan Allen and Mike Williams, they're great players, but they're getting older, you know, and that's why I think if they end up going that route, it's new energy at that spot, which could really help them.
All right, so the Chargers have moved into position. The pick is in. Let's go to the podium.
Selection. Please welcome from Holman, 1983 Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year, and Chargers Hall of Famer, Ralph Beneshka.
Thank you. This is rarefied air for a kicker. We don't usually show up in the second round. So, for all the great kickers out there, thank you. So, we have a trade. The New England Patriots have traded the 34th pick to the Chargers. And
Chargers are on the clock.
pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Chargers select Ladd McConkey,
There goes Lad.
Georgia.
Lad goes to the Chargers.
So McConkey, the guy that Jim Harbaugh familiar with, they ran across Georgia a couple of years ago in the playoff. McConkey won the Werfel Trophy, which is given to the college football player who personifies exemplary community service, and we saw a great example of that from Ladd and his heart for a young Georgia Bulldog fan.
Hunter Sweeney, just a huge dog fan. That was Christmas morning. Saw on Facebook a video of him opening my jersey. Kind of broke down in tears. So he ended up messaging him. His parents brought him over. He ended up living it wasn't even 5 minutes from my house. I walked out there and they were in their car and everything, kind of opened the door. He just kind of looked at me for a second. I think he realized fully what was going on. What's up, man? Merry Christmas. Don't cry, you good, buddy. I love that jersey. Come on. Put a smile on someone's face. It was one of the best feelings ever because it puts one right back on mine.
So we got 2 wide receivers off the board.
On this back in college game day in November, and our colleague Jen Latta gave Hunter a couple of tickets to the Ole Miss game, and oddly, right after that, all of our allergies started kicking up.
His reaction is what I think got all of us. He's so appreciative. He was in shock.
Well, the reason that you want to have a Conky jersey, and Hunter probably would get one now for the Los Angeles Chargers, is because of this guy's ability. He's got speed, he's tough, makes great plays out of the slot. He's a 4-3 guy. He can flip the slot, probably play more on the slot at the next level, but he's going to run past defenders. Very crafty, so understands how to set up his defensive backs with leverage. Bring up bubble screens, follows his blocking, and the guy has the nose for the end zone, and he's a 2-time national champion, coach.
Well, I'm going to tell you that I really like this player. I mean, some people question his size and his durability because he's had some injury problems, but for quickness, the burst, the acceleration. You know, when you can beat somebody out of a break, you beat him out of the break, and you can accelerate out of a break like he can. He's going to create his own space and be a great slot.
Yeah, his stop and go is as good as there is in his craft. He's experienced. He's a winner. He's smart. He's just kind of that total package. By the way, that's the 4th receiver. If you go back to last night, the last 2 picks were receivers. Tonight, the first 2 picks were receivers. That's 4 straight. As the depth of that position continues to shine. But Jim Harbaugh, no wonder he had that big smile on his face. And I think Justin Herbert had a big one as well because they got a great one that's going to fit in perfectly with what they want to do.
Our insiders were saying there were a couple of other teams that were trying to move up to get in position to take Ladd McConkey too, and it's Harbaugh and the Chargers who carry Zay, though he missed some games last year with a back injury. There is the celebration. They get a receiver for Justin Herbert, get a little bit younger, and here's the trade. Here's how they put it together to be able to move up into the spot that the Patriots had. Chargers get this pick. They also get a 5th rounder, which will come tomorrow. The Patriots get the 37th overall pick in the draft. That's coming up shortly. And also get a 4th round pick, which will be the 1st round that commences tomorrow. So now the Atlanta Falcons are on the clock, and they had the most controversial and most discussion-stirring pick last night after signing Kirk Cousins from Minnesota to come in and be their quarterback, paying him, well over $100 million. And then they drafted Michael Penix in the 1st round. But I thought it was interesting something you said last night, Nick, that even though taking into consideration allocating your assets that way, you believe that this is not the crazy move that some think.
Well, the good news is he doesn't have to play right away so he can develop, which is what we talked about last night. which a lot of really good quarterbacks, came into the National Football League in his circumstance and became great players. So if you look at it from a 10 years perspective, it's probably pretty good.
So now the Falcons on the clock.
This aspect of the money, then there's some criticism that they probably are incurring from a lot of people on TV today.
Yeah, everybody's talking about that pick. I'm with you. I just because I think we love Michael Penix, we love what he can do.
Yeah.
I don't know when it comes to the cap and the money that's allocated now to that position. There's other needs, I guess, but as far as the pick and what he's going to do in the future in Atlanta, he's going to be a star.
Yeah.
I wonder if this pick will be a little more straightforward.
You do have a defensive head coach here.
West Michigan native Andre Rison.
Good evening, Detroit. Congratulations to the city of Detroit hosting the Super Bowl and now the NFL Draft 2024 to all the football fans across America. The Arizona Cardinals have traded their 35th pick to the Atlanta Falcons. With that 35th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Luke Aurora.
Oh, the defensive tackle out of Clemson goes to Atlanta. I'm not even going to try to say his last name.
Is the guy from Nigeria. Family moved to the state of Michigan when he was 9 years old.
That's a good pick. They needed defensive linemen.
To play for Clemson field because when he played NCAA football, he loved to play as Clemson, which, by the way, you're going to get to do again in very short order. That's one of the reasons he was drawn to play for Dabo Swinney.
Yeah, and Reese, if you're thinking to yourself, how much of a pipeline is the state of Michigan for Clemson University? The answer is a relatively frequent one. As Ruka Rororo became the first player since 1975 in the state of Michigan to become a scholarship football player at Clemson. And this guy brings an intriguing skill set to the table. He's still a big player. This guy was late onto the football scene relative to some of the other prospects in this year's class. They're really looking for power. Ruka Rororo is the guy that you should be targeting. He plays with massive power throughout his hands. He has got very good luck. He's a disruptive interior pass rusher as well. The Falcons have Grady Jarrett, who they think is one of the best interior pass rushers in the entire league. He's coming off of a torn ACL last season. Ruka Rororo can learn under Grady Jarrett because he does need some developmental time. But given the fact that Atlanta borders a third-round pick to move up 8 slots to target Ruka Rororo, it tells you everything you need to know about what they believe the upside of this player is. Many feel as though this player's best football is ahead of him.
Being mentored by another Clemson guy, too. Commanders are on the clock. We had to break. Herbie, did you get to say Ruka Rororo yet? Oh, good. You know, like football. Yeah. You gotta make sure you do that. You gotta get those names in there. NIL, baby. Rook is a player. I can tell you that player. That's about it. That's good more to come out.
I'm trying to get this screen recorded going so the draft track can pop up. Why is this not working?
Their quarterback that they hope will be their cornerstone and franchise guy, Jay Daniels, out of LSU with the second overall pick now. And they've had a lot of change. They had really poor defensive stats last year. And we'll go down now to the podium. A special moment is Darrell Green is with the Commissioner Roger Goodell.
We're honored to have a true legend of the Washington franchise and the NFL to make Washington's selection tonight. Darrell Green's impact extends far beyond his remarkable skills on the field. He exemplified integrity, sportsmanship, and dedication throughout his illustrious career. We are proud to announce the Washington Commanders plan to retire Darrell Green's jersey this fall. A testament to his enduring legacy. Today, we celebrate Darrell Green's extraordinary career. Darrell, you will forever be remembered as one of the greatest to grace the game.
Okay, let's see what Washington picks. Come on, we get the center. Get the center. We desperately need center help. We can get that Jackson Powers guy from Oregon.
All right. There they go over there. Thank y'all. Thank you so much. Let me first say this. Hold on. Let me say thank you, Detroit. You guys
Let's go, Washington.
hosted us to a very fun week, and I appreciate you. The NFL appreciates you. The Commanders appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Detroit, can I just say something to the DMV, the Washington area, and these guys? DMV and you guys. It's on, y'all. We got Jaden last night,
Yeah.
and we're about to get back to work. It's on.
We need a center.
On the sideline, though.
Adelon Mitchell is still available.
All right.
We can get him too.
That's one important reason to add to our tradition, to add to our success. With the 36th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Washington Commanders select Jazon Newton, defensive tackle.
You know what? I'm okay with that. I am okay with that. Good job, Commanders. I mean, I was hoping for an offensive lineman, but he can. We have Johnny Newton pairing him up with Jonathan Allen. That's going to be good. We got Jazon Newton. He was supposed to be a first-round pick, and he fell all the way to us at pick 36.
Yeah, he's got great initial quickness, and one thing I always look for in interior guys is can they move their hands and feet at the
I think we
same
just got
time?
ourselves a new defensive tackle. I mean, Jonathan Allen's old. Jerron Payne is old.
Can open his hips and get around the blocker. He's a very
We got Newton.
He's a one-gap player, which a lot of teams are going to right now. I think it'll be outstanding.
I look for that single digit in FIFA.
I mean, I was hoping for an offensive tackle, but I'm not mad. I'm not mad at this. I am not mad at all with Newton.
He's already got a couple of coaches, defensive tackles, and Jonathan
7.5 sacks last season.
Now you had Johnny Newton in there. Boy, that defensive line's ferocious. It's hard to be able to stop the run.
I mean, our defense is looking pretty sick.
Selection. Please welcome
New England is now on the clock.
Detroit, Michigan native and New England Patriots offensive tackle Michael Onwenu.
They might go after the offensive lineman.
What up, though, man? You hear me? It's an honor to be standing here, man. As a proud Detroit native, as a Cass Tech alumni.
They got Jalen Polk.
Alumni, the national champs, man. With the 37th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, my New England Patriots.
I don't know about that pick.
Receiver, Washington.
I was not very high on Jalen Polk. I think that was a reach. I think New England reached. That's just my opinion. I think they reached.
Broke records left in Texas high school, committed to Texas Tech, played 10 games 2020, then went to Washington. Didn't
I would have drafted him in the third, fourth round. I don't think he's a first round. I don't think he's a second round talent. I mean, you had Mitchell from Texas. You had the guy from Oregon, Troy Franklin.
He said the guy that really stands out, the guy that they respond to is number 2. So Drake May gets selected last night, and now you get a chance to find a young receiver that he'll be teaming up with. For
I don't know about that one.
Now, some people compare him to a former Washington Husky, Puka Nacua, because he has strong hands, body control, and ability to run to the catch. But quite
He's
frankly,
compared to Puka?
mentality. He says, Desmond,
I mean, New England needed wide receivers, so I'm not mad at it.
put him on my back, and I'm gonna go get it.
I just wouldn't have drafted Polk that soon.
Big block. Whatever they need me to do in the gridiron, that's what I'm going to do. I love the fact that he used to take care of his little sister too. He used to braid her hair, make sure she was ready to go to school. He's just a hell of a competitor too.
You gave Washington Puka Nacua BYU would like a war.
AT&T.
Okay, so let's go over what players have been picked. So Buffalo went ahead and got Keon Coleman with pick 33. And then the Chargers went ahead and traded up, if I'm not mistaken. Did they not trade up? Yeah, they did trade up. They traded up and they got Ladd McConkey out of Georgia. And then Atlanta, with pick 35, decided to go defensive tackle. That's not a bad pick. Way better than the Michael Penix pick. And then my Washington Commanders selected Johnny Newton. And I didn't really think we needed defensive tackle. I mean, I would have gone offensive line. That's just me. I would have drafted like a center or an offensive guard. I mean, we have defensive tackles. I don't know why we selected him. I mean, he's a good player. The fact that he lasted to the second round is impressive. I mean, he's a first round talent, and we got him in the second round. I mean, I'll take it. And then New England drafted Jalen Polk out of Washington. I don't know about Jalen Polk. I mean, he's okay. He'll fit in New England. I just think there were better wide receivers available that they could have drafted. So we have Carolina on the clock. Tennessee already has their pick in. I mean, Carolina needs offensive line help as well. So I'm thinking if the center from Oregon can get past Tennessee, that's a perfect spot for Carolina.
Honey, where's my super suit? Hey, warn a lot. Aerial coverage provided by Goodyear. From their first step on the field, first step on the stage. Players have drive at Goodyear.
Tennessee,
Driven. Tennessee Titans are about to.
they need offensive line. They need some defensive help. Okay, Warren Moon. See what Tennessee picks. I can see a defensive tackle here as well.
Thank you guys for all of you that have showed up today to make this event when it just continues to becoming one of the biggest events in our sporting world. And thank you very much for your participation here. I hope you're having a great time. With the 38th pick,
Did Carolina trade?
NFL draft, the Tennessee Titans select Trayvondre Sweat from the University of Texas, nose guard.
I said they'll get a defensive tackle. I wasn't shocked.
Nation's best interior lineman in college. He was Big 12 Defensive Player of the Year. He weighed 366 pounds at the combine in early April. He had a
That's not bad. They needed a defensive tackle. They got Trayvondre Sweat.
Well, let me just say this. Of all the guys in the draft, and one of the things that I always like most about a defensive lineman is who is the hardest to block? And this guy is the hardest to block. He might weigh 360 pounds and all that.
360
One
pounds.
of the biggest things, the guy can move. He can't pass rush.
He's a big guy.
He played off of Byron a little bit. Yeah. But he's got initial quickness. And if you watch it, showguarding situations last year,
I mean, Tennessee needed help.
he made plays that
They
nobody else
desperately
did.
needed help at defense.
The big question here is, can the guy become a good enough
I mean, all they had was Jeffrey Simmons.
That's the big one. That and can he stay on the field? Can he stay in shape? You don't want a guy that's going to balloon up. He's at 366 right now. But just a
So the Rams just traded up
you can see the hands
with the Panthers.
that initial quickness to be able to slide in that A-gap.
The Panthers
He can
now have pick
watch the pocket. Even if you don't come up with sacks.
52
Keep in mind who's next to him. He just
in the second round.
Now he's got Jeffrey Simmons that he can be playing next to. So that is awesome.
That's a good 1-2 punch, though. Sweat and Simmons.
And a new head coach, along with his GM, Rand Carthon. They got a great fit there from Texas, the big man.
You know, Byron Murphy, do you guys
That's
remember
not bad.
a couple times went to Seattle in the first round last night. A couple of interior linemen from Texas that have been drafted so far. Yeah, big guy ran a 5.2 at the 4.
I think Carolina should have stayed put.
He caught a touchdown too, and then he did the Heisman pose.
Yeah.
His personality, athletic. He's gonna be a great
There hasn't been
quarterback.
any offensive lineman taken. So if you're a team that need offensive line, you might want to trade up and grab one.
This guy's hard with his build. He's not fast, but he is quick. Right? He's got great initial quickness, like Coach said.
Because there's some
This guy's a two-gap guy.
there's some top offensive linemen still on the board.
And Jeffrey Simmons is a winner right after that pick.
He wears this big medallion that says "Make 'em sweat." Rams are on the clock. They got Jerry
They might
Jones.
replace Aaron Donald with this pick.
Please welcome four-time Pro Bowler,
I mean, they did get Jared Verse last night.
Isaac Bruce.
What's up, Detroit? Right on, right on. The Carolina Panthers have traded the 39th pick to the Los Angeles Rams. Oh, with the 39th pick and the 2024 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Rams select Brandon Fisk, Florida State.
They did replace
We got two Seminoles in us now.
they did replace
So
Aaron Donald.
started his career at Western Michigan.
They needed to get a replacement for him, and they found one.
I love how he mentioned with Verse there. You got a couple Seminoles a year that they just enjoyed this past year. These guys will play well together. You know, I wonder how he would be after coming over from Western Michigan in this transfer portal era. That's where he started, and he brought an attitude with him in the interior and really athletic.
Okay, so Washington's back on the clock. We got Johnny Newton with the last pick, with pick 36. Never mind, they just traded.
Through those combo blocks with his initial quickness and burst, very slippery. You know, I think this is a coach, just a guy that can penetrate. You can see the ability to get after the quarterback as well.
What I love about this guy is relentless, man. He gives relentless effort. He plays hard, but he's very instinctive and smart, and he can play the point. He can strike people, but he's very, very instinctive in finding the ball, getting off blocks, and making lots of plays. And when you run these pass rush games, it takes a little of that to be able to make them work.
You see the numbers over his last 3 games, some of that coming after their quarterback, Jordan Travis, got hurt and the defense needed to take it up even a bigger notch, and they did. But when he really found out that he had some star power was when he went to the Senior Bowl.
Simple. What's that song? Tequila. Simple music. Get the vibes going. It was a 2003 Dodge Ram. It was red. And no AC, so I stayed with the windows down. I think
So Philadelphia just traded up
we were doing
with Washington.
At elementary school at the Senior Bowl, and all the kids thought I was Travis Kelce. I threw with Travis Kelce, they didn't think it was me, and I didn't have the heart to not tell them it wasn't him, so I just got to play along. These kids are like first and second graders. I think they would have liked Taylor Swift a lot more than me. I'm actually a Travis Kelce fan, but I think it'd be cool to line up against the dog. I'm sure
I think they did well selecting Brendan Fisk. I mean, they needed defensive tackle help after Aaron Donald decided to retire. We've had 4 defensive tackles go in the last 5 picks. So we got Keon Coleman to Buffalo, Ladd McConkey to the LA Chargers. The Atlanta Falcons drafted Rook, defensive tackle out of Clemson. My Washington Commanders decided to take Johnny Newton, which I was shocked that he lasted throughout the whole first round. And then New England decided to draft Jalen Polk. I think they reached. I see Jalen Polk more of like a third round pick, not a second round pick. And then Devondre Sweat went to Tennessee at pick 38. And then Brendan Frisk just went to the Rams. They traded up with the Panthers to go get him. Honestly, I think that was someone that Carolina might have selected. Just because we need defensive tackle help. And then now Philadelphia just traded up with Washington. Do they need a wide receiver? Are they trading up for a defensive tackle? It says their needs are wide receiver, corner, and offensive line. They got a corner last night. Jason Kelce just retired. And the center from Oregon is still on the board. I wouldn't be shocked if they're going after the center.
The 40th pick in this draft, second round, 8th pick in this round. The pick is in.
Let's see what Philadelphia selects.
Let's see what they do here.
I'm thinking it's the center.
Hey, first off, I want to say, go blue all day, baby. A-E-A-T-L-E-S,
Or are they going for a defensive tackle because Fletcher Cox also retired?
all day. Dallas sucks all day. Let's go.
Dallas sucks.
Let's go. Hey, but it's an honor to be here in the hometown of my city of Detroit. And 14 years ago, the Eagles have definitely changed my life. And to be a part of this organization going on my 15th year, I'm definitely excited to be able to announce this pick. And the Washington Commanders have traded the 40th pick to the Philadelphia Eagles. And with the
Who did Philadelphia pick?
In the 2024 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Cooper DeJean.
They got Cooper DeJean?
Iowa. Let's go.
Washington. We were right there. We could have drafted Cooper. Man. He can play corner. He can play safety. I was really hoping he went to Washington. I mean, he is athletic. Man, Philadelphia got themselves a good one. Man, Washington was right there. We could have drafted him with the 40th pick. We decided to trade with a division rival. And Philadelphia decided, yeah, let's go ahead and get him. Now you have to play him twice a year. Great. And he's a punt returner. And he's a punt returner. Who's our punt returner? Who's Washington's punt returner?
For all these years, you can see he gets his eyes in the right spot, whether he's in zone or in man. And I think that plays to what you're talking about with the instincts. For a guy that plays so many different positions, he plays with so much. He's just so calm. Yeah. Has such great poise and patience. They're gonna love his pick at Philly to go with
Man.
Special teams. As he became a starter, they wanted to take him off special teams. He told his coaches, no.
He's going to be such a good player for Philadelphia. Man.
All right, what's up, Who Dat Nation? All right, let's get
Saints
right
are on
to
the
it.
clock.
The Green Bay Packers have traded the 41st pick to the New Orleans Saints, and with the 41st pick in the 2024 NFL Draft,
They need offensive
the
line.
New Orleans Saints select Kool-Aid McKinstry.
They got Kool-Aid McKinstry?
Alabama. Yeah.
You have got to be kidding me. Two of the guys that I wanted Washington or Carolina to get, and they land in division rivals teams. Awesome. Kool-Aid McKinstry is a good corner. He can also play corner and safety.
You know, this is another guy that has great football intuition, great instincts.
Man.
He understands offense, understands pattern match, really a fast reactor in the secondary. He ran a good enough time. I thought it would move him up the
I like Kool-Aid McKinstry.
He's a good punt returner as well. I just love this guy. He's really smart and instinctive. And that's why he's going to be a really, really good player and probably more ready to play than anybody else. You see him here reacting to the run. He's physical. This guy,
He's going to fit the Saints really well, though.
And Coach, you asked him to do so many different things, and early in his career, that's tough to do in Alabama, to be able to step on the field as a true freshman. He was able to do that, feel his way through, and again, he's learning from the best at you to have a chance to step up. He and Terran Arnold, that combination allowed you guys.
I mean, again, I wish Carolina got him because we need corners, or even Washington. Washington needs corner.
There's put limitations on that for sure.
So Kool-Aid is going to the Saints. He's got the great nickname, and he's got the game in the background to back it up.
The name Kool-Aid says a lot about me. Big smile, I'm always happy. My real name is Jaquincy McKinstry. My grandmother was in there with my mom when she was delivering me, and my grandmother said I had the Kool-Aid smile, so that's how I got the name. When I got to college, I just thought it was kind of more professional to use my real name, but to be myself, that's when I asked the clients and coach, hey, can I change my roster name to Kool-Aid? Because that's who I really am as a person. I always got high image and good energy.
That's a good fit for the Saints, though.
He's obviously grateful to you. Did he ask you about changing it to Kool-Aid on the roster?
Yeah, but I always called him Kool-Aid. It's a lot easier with
Let's go ahead and get straight to it.
Houston,
42nd pick in the 2020
wide receiver,
NFL Draft,
corner.
The Houston Texans select Kamari Lassiter, defensive back, Georgia.
Hey, I said corner. There's been a run of cornerbacks these last three picks.
Was the 40 time he ran 4.6. But here's a guy from Savannah, Georgia, in 2003. Technically, he's a little bit too young for the league to play football. He started playing football at the age of 3. But
Okay, I mean, the Houston Texans are really building that defense.
High school, we really played a lot of receiver. We tried to play in the DB. Didn't, it wasn't natural. But this guy is really, really a good football player. He's a good tackler. He's a good reactor. He's physical. He's one of those guys that may move inside, and his better career may be
That's
playing
good.
or playing safety. But this guy's a good football player.
I would say safety.
I love him at Georgia.
And that slot corner spot could be perfect for him in Houston.
Or nickelback. Yeah, nickelback.
You say the same thing about last year. Football, baseball, basketball, ran track. gives you an idea of everything that he can do. And this is some of the highlights that Coach is just talking about, his ability to do a lot of different things. Similar scheme that they run in Tuscaloosa. So.
Oh, yeah, well coached, physical, and I did some homework on him. Found that in elementary school, he got kicked out of recess because he was tackling kids. He was always a physical guy. Coach, well coached, got all the tools. That's a good selection.
He's a good man-to-man corner.
Tackling guys, Houston. Very happy for him to go ahead and keep tackling people there. Come on.
That's a really good fit with that defense. Houston knows what they're doing.
Students. We have the visibility that we have. Having your dream make.
So we had Brandon Frisk go to the LA Rams. We got 3 corners go back to back to back. Cooper DeJean got drafted by the Philadelphia Eagles at pick 40. Oddly enough, Washington had pick 40, and we decided to trade a pick, that pick away. And then Corey McKinstry went to the Saints. 2 players that I kind of wanted on either Washington or Carolina. And then you had Kamari Lassiter go to Houston. I mean, these two, Cooper DeJean and Corey McKinstry, can play corner and safety. I think Cooper DeJean's more of a safety. I mean, he can play corner. But he's going to be really well in special teams, though. Kick returner, punt returner. Heck, he might even play some wide receiver if the team wanted him to play. He could probably play it. And then obviously Corey McKinstry, nickelback. Doing some cornerback blitzes in the slot. When does Washington pick again? Pick 50, Carolina pick 52, and then Washington 53. Okay. I mean, it's not bad. I mean, there's some good players still available.
Some quarterbacks have been soon hear their name called. That includes, of course, Dennis Rakestraw Jr., physical edge, tone-setting quarterback from the University of Missouri, that great Missouri defense last season. A small school name, keep an eye on Marshawn Nealon, an edge from Western Michigan, a guy who did all sorts of things in terms of versatility.
Arizona is on the clock, and their pick is in.
With Braden Fisk as well. So while we're still looking for hope for these guys, there is still a lot of talent on the board here. Lots of corners, lots of wide receivers.
They need offensive line help to protect Kyler Murray.
3 corners the entire night. The last 3 picks tonight have been corners.
This might be where the center goes. Or even Cooper Beebe, maybe.
What's up, Detroit? want to thank you all for hosting such a wonderful event. Where's all my Cardinal fans at? With the 43rd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Max Melton, defensive back, Rutgers.
Okay. They got a cornerback. That's like 4 corners. That's 4 corners in a row.
He likes his corners who can run.
Yes, sir. Max Melton's a 4'3" guy. Hey, his mom, Vicky, played hoops at Rutgers. His dad, Gary, played wide receiver and running back at Rutgers. And his brother played wide receiver too at Rutgers. This guy's a 4-year.
Oh, his brother is Bell Melton, wide receiver for Green Bay.
Well, I like this guy. This is like my sleeper corner in the whole draft. Watching all the corners in the draft, yeah, I really like this guy. He's made a lot of picks. He can play the ball in the air. He's a fast reactor. I mean, I really like this guy. He's physical. He's tough. I think this guy's going to be a really good
Bump and run.
He's one of those guys you pick in the second round that ends up being really
You
good.
know what else I like about him? This kid has blocked 3 kicks too.
You can use him on special teams.
Yes, sir. Cardinals celebrating that pick. Now, 3 guys they've taken started with Martin Harrison Jr. last night. Got Darius Robinson to the defensive line, and now they go into the secondary and take Max Melton a little speed. The Las Vegas Raiders are up next and on the clock. We go to the stage now.
Whoa! And with the 44th pick in the 2024 NFL draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select guard Jackson Powers Johnson from Oregon.
That's the guy I wanted Carolina to draft because we need center help. Heck, even Washington, we need offensive line help.
He hyphenated his last name in honor of his stepfather's name. I know that you're a big fan of his.
Big fan of his. You know, this guy plays.
This is the best center in the draft class.
He's really good in pass pro. Not the most powerful guy in the
He-
world. He has played some guard. He's really right on
He's
the-
he can move.
Got great
I mean, for how big he is,
around inside, which is really important for a center.
he's the best center in this draft class.
Gonna be a really good player. You can see him in pass pro, his athleticism right here. I mean, these guys end up playing for a long time.
Yeah, he's going to for Jackson Powers Johnson going to the Raiders there, and you saw the family celebration.
Wow.
the emotion there, and certainly the impact that his stepfather's had on his life has been immense.
He could have been really well for Washington.
My dad came into my life when I was 3 years old. He was my stepdad, got me into sports. That's how we really bonded. I knew at a young age that I wanted to change my last name. Turned 18 years old, could legally do it by myself. Had to go in front of a judge and everything and explain my story to him. I just told him that he was the male figure in my life that I needed. I wouldn't have been the person I was without having my dad in my life. And they legally changed it to Jackson Powers Johnson. I surprised him and called him up. I just was like, I changed my name. And, you know, the waterworks just start happening on both sides of the phone. And when I hear my name, and especially listen to that last name, it's going to mean everything to me.
He was the best center in this whole draft class.
Let's go to the podium for the Packers pick.
Green Bay's pick. They need offensive line too. Zach Frazier is still available.
With the 45th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers select Edgerrin Cooper, linebacker, Texas A&M.
Until the Packers go
Oh, did Carolina just trade up? Carolina just traded up. Edgerrin Cooper is off the board. He was my third favorite linebacker in this class. He kind of reminds me of like a Deion Jones or Tampa's linebacker.
The one thing he needs to do is clean up the mental errors. This guy's a really good rusher as well. Had a lot of negative plays this year, led the SEC really.
Coach, I think he's the most athletic linebacker in the draft. You mentioned how he can play in space.
That's a great pick for Green Bay, though.
He can defend, whether he has to drop out in coverage. He does a lot of different things. So you're getting a guy that can play as you're always looking for 3-down linebackers. This guy can be out there.
Since Carolina's on the board, if they can get Peyton Wilson or Zach Frazier, those two guys, either Zach Frazier or Peyton Wilson, the linebacker out of NC State. Those are my top two.
There's also going to be an adjustment for his 6 dogs who are moving from the warm environment of College Station and headed to Green Bay. He's like you. He's like you with all the talk. He beat me. 3 of them French Bulldogs. Now you're going to go high down.
I'll also be okay with like an extra wide receiver. But we need corners. What other corners are left on the board? All the good ones are gone. What other corner is still left on the board?
Detroit! What up, though? Yeah, feels good to be home.
Muhsin Muhammad announcing the pick for Carolina.
I welcome you to this NFL fraternity. I'm so excited for your future. All the coaches, all the players that I played with, just want to give you all a special shout out and thank you. I know Coach said
I want Peyton Wilson,
you know what my heart is too.
Zach Frazier, or some sort of wide receiver.
And traded the 46th pick to the Carolina
Or heck, a corner.
Go Cardiac Cats. And with the 46th pick in the 20
Peyton Wilson?
NFL draft, the Carolina Panthers select Jonathan Brooks, running back. Texas.
We got a running back.
Keep climbing, baby. Keep climbing.
We traded up for the first running back drafted. Okay. Now all we need to do is trade away Miles Sanders. He's gone. Miles Sanders is gone. We got a number 1, number 2 running back. Jonathan Brooks is the 1. Chuba Hubbard is the 2. We're good. Get rid of Miles Sanders. Trade him for like a 5th. Just get him off the books. Trade him for a 5th. We don't need Miles Sanders anymore.
Yeah, I talked to Sark about this guy. Sark loves this guy. This guy's really smooth and he has a real keen knack.
He did tear his ACL, but I think he should be okay from the start of the season. I'm hoping. Because we can now get rid of Miles Sanders. We can get.
My dad's name was James Brooks, and he just meant everything to me. He was my first football coach. He was the person who made me wake up and go to workouts. He was the person who took me to the field. He would do the boasting for me. He believed in me more than I believed in myself at times. He was dealing with kidney failure, and he had a kidney transplant that was going good for about 9 or 10 years. And then all of a sudden, it just kind of stopped working again. One day.
So we traded up for a running back. That's pretty good. I'll take it.
I got a call, and they told me what happened. The honor of every time I score, I have a tattoo of his dad dating his name on it. I do it like this, and then I look up just because I can see his face. Smiling down at me, he's cheering. He's got a front row seat to every game.
Jonathan Brooks was slated to be the number 1 running back on the board. even though he tore his ACL. I was not expecting Carolina to draft a running back this high. But I mean, we did. So let's get rid of Miles Sanders now. Let's get rid of Miles Sanders. That's a really good pick. I was not expecting a running back this high. I mean, that's a good pick, though. So far in the second round, we have the Buffalo Bills selecting Keon Coleman, Ladd McConkey going to the Chargers. We got the Falcons selecting Rook. My Washington Commanders selecting Johnny Newton. Defensive tackle out of Illinois. We got Jalen Polk going to the New England Patriots. We got T'Vondre Sweat going to the Tennessee Titans. Brendan Frisk, who the Rams traded up to go get him, replacing Aaron Donald at defensive tackle. And they had to run on cornerbacks with Cooper DeJean going to Philadelphia, Kool-Aid McKinstry going to the Saints, which is, I mean, both of those corners I wanted, either on Carolina or Washington. And they have Kamari Lazery going to the Houston Texans, Max Melton, the brother of Bill Melton, going to the Arizona Cardinals. The best center in the draft, Jackson Powers Johnson, going to the Las Vegas Raiders at pick 44. Edgerrin Cooper is going to Green Bay. We got Carolina that selected the first running back off the board, Jonathan Brooks. And then the Giants just drafted the first safety.
No, we'll talk. Moving, man.
For safety, you're seeing blitzing right here. Makes a play, causes another. Another fumble.
That's a good safety.
Playmaker.
I mean, the Giants needed safeties.
This is really, really important.
And you lose Xavier McKinney, who's a former Alabama.
Yeah, they needed to replace Xavier McKinney.
They struggled to stop the run. So box safety, a great fit there for the Giants.
Might have to be a business deal because Jason Pinnock already wears that 27 there. Yeah, payment. Jaguars are on the clock. Good Brian Thomas. Let's see what the Jags do now.
What is Jacksonville going to be doing?
First off, I want to send prayers out to my family. My baby sister passed away last night, so I want to send prayers out to all my family. I also want to thank the Detroit faithful for when I played here. They supported me, so I really appreciate that. Detroit, thank y'all the city. Thank you.
Does Jacksonville go corner or edge?
With the 48th pick in the 2020
Because they got Brian Thomas Jr.
the Jacksonville Jaguars
last night.
select Mason Smith, defensive tackle.
They got defensive tackle.
So the Jags go LSU taking Brian Thomas last night and now Mason Smith.
Mason Smith's a good player.
LSU grew up about an hour southwest of New Orleans. He was somewhat popular on the field for Terrebonne.
So now you got Mason Smith along with Alik Armstead. I'm pretty sure Alik Armstead went to Jacksonville in the offseason. That's a good 1-2 punch.
Put the extra K in his name so he wouldn't be like all the other Masons, according to his parents. And
Well, this guy has got great size and really talented physically. He's a good athlete. He got injured a year ago and probably didn't come back from the injury in terms of fulfilling expectations. But this guy's got great ability. He can use his hands. He can stack. He really is a good one-gap penetrator for a guy his size. I think he could develop into a good pass rusher. I just think he's got to get more consistent in terms of how he plays. There you see him overarming a guy and getting a sack. So this is a really good pick.
Mason Smith going to the Jags. They try to
Jacksonville is trying to
after a swoon like last season, kept them out of the playoffs.
make that defense even stronger. Cincinnati is on the board. Their pick is in, and then Washington is on the clock.
The National Urban League is one of the NFL's Inspired Change partners. As part of that work, the Urban League launched a pilot program across Ohio this past year to ensure that economic opportunity is a reality for all. Together with the Bengals, we believe in breaking down barriers to opportunity, which is why we're so honored to welcome Christy Coombs, President and CEO of the Urban League of Greater Southwestern Ohio, to announce the Bengals pick tonight. Christy, thank you and your team for a great work happening in Cincinnati and Dayton. Stage is yours.
Thank you, Commissioner. Let's get it, Who Dey Nation. Who Dey, Who Dey. With the 49th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, my hometown team, the Cincinnati Bengals, select Chris Jenkins, defensive tackle,
Hey.
Michigan. Let's go.
His father played for the Carolina Panthers back in the day.
Legacy in football, 20 NFL legacy in there. Chris, his father was the second-round pick by the Panthers, an All-Pro. Started in Super Bowl 38 against the Tom Brady-led Patriots squad, and Chris Jr. was an All-American in 2023, anchoring that Michigan defense that led the nation in scoring.
Yeah, Chris Jenkins, man, he's the guy with just a big personality.
Almost 300
He
pounds.
was the soul of that defense, and he played edge, and then he moved down to defensive tackle.
I mean, for a big guy, he can move. I mean, he's quick.
J.J. McCarthy, his former teammate, said, Chris has a spirit in that body that just can't be kept in. His mom said as a little kid, he just always performing and dancing and singing. He's going to be a fan favorite, and they're going to love him in the locker room, Kirk.
Yeah, just watching that Michigan team this year, you have leaders, right? And you have guys that not everything goes well every single week.
Right.
Watching 94, it just seemed like that he provided that.
Yeah.
The intangibles are off the charts. The fact that his dad played, I'm sure along the way he learned so many things. There's the instincts we keep using. That word dropping there, we're using his eyes. Coach, I know you like this pick as well.
Yeah, the guy's got great initial quickness. He's a good pass rusher.
Washington is back on the board after selecting Johnny Newton with pick 36. Come on, Washington. I want a corner. Heck, even a wide receiver. Offensive lineman.
NFL draft. The Washington Commanders select Mike Sandersteele, defensive back.
We got a corner. We got a corner. We needed swagger in the corner position. He's not the tallest guy, just under 5'10", 182 pounds. But he's the best corner still available. And I'm 100% in. We needed help in corner. He can run.
He's a star, probably. That's what he should have.
He's one of the players that every coach wants him on their roster.
Yeah.
I mean, he's had the instincts. If he was 6'1", 215, he's the first player off the board. We're not even talking about Caleb Williams.
Yeah.
He's just that great. I mean, he's only been playing defensive back for 2 seasons. He always makes the big play, too.
What stands out to me is the Ohio State-Michigan game that was in Columbus.
That's who we needed. We needed another corner opposite Emmanuel Forbes.
Back in Columbus now, everything's going to be fine. And there was a point in that game when he and that defense made some plays. And I remember him going over to the bench and pulling that team together at a critical point. And they all looked at him like he was a coach.
Right.
And he was only a junior at that point. That just tells you kind of the leadership.
That's
he provides.
from
Coach,
someone who
you guys saw him firsthand.
picked the corner a little too late after the run of corners came and gone. We still got a good corner.
By the way, he also plays the piano, the violin, and he doesn't do enough. And now with all this running with Michigan players, could the reigning national champions, could the Wolverines have this many drafted by the end of Saturday?
So Washington got a corner. We needed corner help, and we finally got some. After selecting Jayden Daniels, number 2, now we're selecting defensive players. Johnny Newton at defensive tackle, and we just got Mike at cornerback. I'm thinking we still need a linebacker. I mean, I know we got Bobby Wagner and we got Frankie Louvu, but I think we need at least one more linebacker because I'm pretty sure Jamin Davis, his 5th-year option got declined. And there is still a linebacker on the board that I'm a fan of. Peyton Wilson is still available. So we could, if the Steelers don't draft him and the Colts don't draft him, we pick 53. There's a chance that we might be able to get Peyton Wilson out of NC State, which is one of the linebackers that I wanted. I mean, do we need a wide receiver in Washington? I don't think we have to. Do we, though? Do we draft a wide receiver with pick 53? I mean, we could. I mean, we already have Terry McLaurin. We have Jahan Dotson. We have De'Ami Brown. Wide receiver still might be an option at 53. We still haven't gotten any offensive linemen, though. Washington or Carolina has not drafted an offensive lineman.
Goodyear, more driven. I believe that Belle Isle iridescent, I think. Yes, sir.
So we got the Pittsburgh Steelers on the clock.
Beautiful setting here on the banks of the Detroit River. Steelers are on the clock. Took Troy Fontanu from Washington last night on the offensive line. Let's go to the podium.
Who do they pick?
With the 51st pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, Pittsburgh Steelers select Zach Frazier.
There goes Zach Frazier.
Yeah.
You have got to be kidding me.
Very far. Now in town, Pittsburgh. This guy broke his leg on the last play of his college career, and instead of going down hobbled off the field, team was out of timeouts. Would have given him a 10-second runoff.
Are you serious?
Great high school wrestler. His two losses. Well, he was the first.
Are you serious? Washington needed a center. We were that close to draft him. Carolina needed a center. Again, that close to draft him. Man. He was my second favorite center in this draft class. After Jackson Powers? Yeah, after Jackson Powers, he was my second favorite center. No, he's gone. And he's a former wrestler. So he knows what he's.
His dad's favorite player, Zach Thomas. Nice. That's why he wears number 54. Nice. For the name, too. That's how he got the name, too. Yeah.
Anybody who's a big-time wrestler or a four-time state champion is going to be drafted by the Steelers.
No sacks allowed.
Pittsburgh or Baltimore. That's a perfect fit. Going to Pittsburgh.
0 sacks allowed.
GM and Mike Tomlin said enough BS. Last year, we're getting back to Pittsburgh Steelers football. First 2 picks up front, established the line of scrimmage. Najee Harris, your guy.
There's going to be a lot of running
Picks to help that offense out. Russell
in
Wilson
Pittsburgh.
comes over, Fields comes over, get a couple big boys up front. Steelers feeling good.
If you come from West Virginia and you get to play for the Steelers, that's a pretty good. I would.
Well, let me ask you a question. What do you think it was like when I was coaching the Cleveland Browns?
So Washington with pick 53, I'm thinking, well, the top 2 centers are off the board. So I don't know.
Zach Frazier going from West Virginia to Pittsburgh, and Kirk mentioned getting tough up front.
I don't know.
The Colts were the team that took a defensive player off the board. The first one last night, Atu, the rusher from UCLA, went to the Colts, and now Indianapolis is on the clock. This is the 20th pick of the second round, 52nd overall, so we're over halfway through.
Walter Payton with the NFL Man of the Year nominee and NFL veteran Zaire Whiteside.
Detroit, what up, though? First of all, I just want to say thank you to the Irsay family, to the Colts organization. I'm a 7th round pick, man. I ain't even supposed to be standing on this stage right now, man. Shout out to all the guys.
What is a Colts pick?
So just give a special shout out, rest in peace to Corey Cunningham, rest in peace to Vontae Davis. We got to love and support our players. much longer after they walk across this stage and their playing days are done. You know, I just want to give a round of applause to all the players. With that being said, with the 52nd pick,
They go on linebacker.
24 NFL draft, the Indianapolis Colts select Adonai Mitchell, wide receiver.
They got Mitchell. They got Adeline Mitchell. The Colts just drafted Adeline Mitchell. You just gave Anthony Richardson another wide receiver to throw to. Great pick by Indianapolis.
My baby girl is Iceland, Amani Mitchell.
That was a great pick by the Colts. They needed an extra weapon. I don't know how he kept on falling in this draft. I mean, it was a good pick. I mean, I don't know how he lasted to pick 52. Adeline Mitchell is a good wide receiver. He should have been at the most at top of the second round. That's impressive. Good job. Give Anthony Richardson as much weapons as humanly possible. Okay, so Washington's back on the clock. I mean, based on the last few picks that we've done, well, on the defensive side of the ball, Peyton Wilson is sitting there on the board. We can draft him. Stay with defense. Draft Peyton Wilson at pick 53. Have him run underneath Bobby Wagner and Frankie Louvu. That would be a great pick. Peyton Wilson right here. That's who I want. I want Peyton Wilson. I just think he's the best linebacker still available. I mean, I wouldn't be upset with offensive line either. We do need offensive line help. And we need a tight end. So Tavion Sanders is still available. You know what? Go get Sanders out of Texas. So I think the person I want is either Peyton Wilson, Jatavion Sanders from Texas, or some sort of offensive lineman. We don't really need a running back. Washington doesn't. Troy Franklin is still available, though. Roman Wilson's available. I think a wide receiver could be the move. We don't need a wide receiver this soon. I think a tight end is much more of a need. So Peyton Wilson, Jatavion Sanders, or some sort of offensive lineman. That's who I want.
All right, I'm back with the 53rd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft. The Washington Commanders select Ben Simmons.
Okay.
Give it up, give it up.
It's a tight end. I was hoping for a tight end, and we drafted a tight end. It wasn't the tight end I was hoping for. I was hoping for Jatavion Sanders, but Ben Sinnott, is it Sinnott or Sinnott? I'm not upset with this tight end, though. I wanted Sanders out of Texas, but I'm not upset with Sinnott. We needed tight end desperately. 6'4", 250. I mean, that's pretty good. I'm okay with that. I am okay with that pick. He's big. He can jump. We desperately needed a tight end. He can block. He can play fullback and tight end.
Two on offense, two on defense. Anybody who starts as a zero-star preferred walk-on and becomes a second.
I kind of knew we were going on the offensive side with this pick, just because of how we were, moving around the board. But Ben Sinnott, I'm okay with the pick. I think that's a win. That is definitely a win.
And he's got some run after catch ability, which is unusual.
So now the Cleveland Browns are on the clock.
I'm very proud to be representing my Cleveland Browns tonight. It's especially meaningful for me because they drafted me in 2016. It's very meaningful for me because I'm here with Peggy Reisky, the founder and CEO of the Trevor Project. They do incredible work for crisis intervention for our LGBTQ youth, and it's really, really a great job. Thank you very much. Thank you for the Browns for having us. Thank you for the NFL for the continued support of me, of Peggy, of Trevor Project. So let's get down to business. With the 54th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select Michael Hall, Ohio State defensive tackle. Close to his college home as well.
I don't really know who Michael Hall is.
getting ready to take on Western Kentucky. Had to get on a walkthrough to make sure he was there for when his son was born. His son Trey was born on September 15th. Should have given him one of those little Buckeye beanies like they do in a lot of the hospitals there.
I mean, Dallas. Cleveland needed a defensive tackle. So now you have Michael Hall in the inside, and you have Myles Garrett, and Zadarius Smith off the edge. That's some serious defensive line. He can get up the field with speed. That's not bad. I don't really know much about him, but Cleveland needed a defensive tackle, and that's the guy who they decided to pick. Miami Dolphins with the 55th pick.
We saw the wide receivers get deep. Now you're starting to see some interior guys come back. Exactly. We got some receivers, more secondary guys. We got Tyler Lewis, safety. Not many safeties off the board. And now we get some interior defensive line. So those defensive guys are starting to get some love. The offense threw the day the first round, but defense day 2, round 2, they're doing a good job. Well, I think this is the time in the draft where you're really looking for some of those sleeper guys. Guys that you really like that didn't get all the accolades.
Hey, Chance, can you give me the chocolate licorice?
They have great ability, and those kind of guys
Food. Huh? Miami. Yeah, they picked Peyton Wilson.
That's it. How you doing, Detroit? The Miami Dolphins with the 55th pick select Patrick Paul, tackle from University of Houston.
You know what? That's fine. 86 wingspan? 86-inch wingspan. Are you kidding me?
I was born in Houston, Texas. Moved to Nigeria when I was about 7. Lived there probably until I was about 9. My family's completely from Nigeria. My grandfather, he was the former president of Nigeria. He worked in
He has 86 and 3/4-inch arms.
Queen Elizabeth as her emissary.
Are you kidding me? You're not getting past him.
He sadly was assassinated when my mom was 3. The legacy that he has and the legacy he left behind for our family is amazing.
We have a handful of picks left in the second round.
guy you like because he's got all the attributes you're looking for. So when he develops, he could be really good.
There he is. Patrick Ball. The Dolphins definitely
I mean, they need an offensive lineman.
Miami area. They needed some help at the edge missions on the offensive line. So
I mean, you got to protect Tua.
early days. Yeah, he really is. And with the system that they're running, I think he'll be able to flourish in this system because they want to get the ball out of Tua's hands quick. So it's not like he'll have to block for a long period of time. And the other thing that offensive tackles don't like are guys who scramble a lot because you got to try to hold the block, and then next thing you know, this guy is coming to your outside, and you caught almost holding your guy because he's trying to break contain. So he's not going to have that problem, Mike, because Tua is not a guy who's trying to break contain, is he, Coach?
No, and I think that's one thing that the offensive line gets criticized for sometimes that they should. Quarterbacks who drift in the pocket. Exactly. They change the launch point. That's right. They get too deep, so it changes the angle of the block for the tackles. And it just makes it difficult because the guy slides.
If Dallas picks one of the players I want for Washington to pick, I am not going to be happy.
That Jerry Jones really liked his off-course Jonathan Brooks, who was
Hey, bedroom.
How was your night?
Good.
Yeah? Good.
We've seen a massive quarterback run so far. Worth noting, though, that Rakestraw was injured during the pre-draft process and a modest 40-time relative to some of these corners that have already been taken. Meanwhile, Marshawn Neal in Western Michigan adds a guy who I think has raw power that is good enough to translate right away into the NFL. And we've been talking about
Dallas needs linebackers, so
Trey Benson from Florida State, another name that I think would hear his name.
Trey Benson could go to Dallas because Carolina took Jonathan Brooks, which might have been a player Dallas might have wanted.
And it appears that a decision has been made as you saw the list of players that field is put together, the best available players at this point in the draft, brought to you by Courtyard by Marriott.
Everyone's high-fiving and Jerry's talking to him. He's saying, here's Mike McCarthy right here, my friend. Welcome to Dallas.
Dallas.
The moment last year when Deuce Vaughn's father, who worked at the Cowboys, was able to have to call his son and tell him the Cowboys drafted him.
You better not pick someone that I want Washington to pick.
Scoring last year, that Prescott put up the huge numbers, but another early playoff exit, hoping to help out the offensive line.
They win the all-uni team, though, with the fans. Yeah, they're pretty fan of him.
Ready for sure. So the pick is in.
Pick someone completely different.
Chase Hennings.
Good evening, Detroit. I'd like to introduce a few people who are up here on stage with me. In our family's household, our number one Cowboy fan, my son, Chase. I've had the honor and the privilege for serving for and working for two of America's teams. One, serving for the United States Air Force. And two, the Dallas Cowboys.
Boo. No Dallas.
You're not supposed to boo veteran guys. Just kidding. But I'd also like to introduce a couple other veterans that are joining me on stage. Earlier today, the NFL, alongside the Bob Woodward Foundation and Move United,
Or you're not like the Dallas Cowboys.
USA Wheelchair Football League Veterans All-Star Game. These All-Stars are a part of the National USA Wheelchair Football League, funded by an NFL Salute to Service grant. Please join me in welcoming the co-captains of the game today, retired U.S. Army Corporal Jason Rainey. And retired U.S. Marine Sergeant Alex Wynn. To make the pick today for the Dallas Cowboys, I'm going to turn the mic over to Jason, who led his team today as the quarterback to win the league championship this last year. Jason, take it away, sir.
Thank you. With the 56th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Marshawn Kneeland, defensive end from Western Michigan.
That's a good pick. Man, Dallas is actually drafting well this season.
Played for the Broncos of Western Michigan. Of course, he was teammates with Braden Fisk, who was selected earlier before Fisk went to Florida State. You see, he was an all-around athlete. Western Michigan only offered after they saw him play basketball, and after he had some success, it looked for a while as if he was going to go to Colorado to play for Deion Sanders, but ultimately decided to stay even after Fisk left Florida State. See those highlights, he's the most athletic defensive end at the combine.
Almost 270 pounds. I thought Nealon might have lasted to third round. I thought he could have. Washington's doing pretty good this draft, though.
Is it over?
No.
Oh.
We still have a whole nother round.
Oh gosh, really? And you're doing your live stuff?
Mm-hmm.
But didn't you want that to be part of the background?
I can't have a TV in the background.
Oh, you cannot. Got it. So you're eating while you're doing your live?
Mm-hmm. Why?
People are watching you eat?
It's fine.
Okay. So how many minutes do I have to run all the equipment in our house?
What do you mean?
Like the microwave?
I mean, you can run it. I mean, don't run the wash machine.
Oh, I can't talk and run the washing machine and do everything else? He's not doing the live stuff. Like
Yeah, I am. I'm literally live right now.
Oh, you're live right now. Shut.
Can't pause it. It's live and people are watching him do his mom.
Sorry.
Oh, Tampa's.
Glad to be back in Detroit. Southeastern 30-30.
Does Tampa select?
Second pick of the 2024 NFL Draft. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Chris Braswell from Alabama linebacker.
Man, another player I wanted Washington to pick. Dang, gun it. Man.
Big time elite athlete. Played high school football St. Francis in Baltimore. His teammates that played for me. The running back there, boy, he can do a lot of things, Nick.
Brass is really a good player. I mean, a great pass rusher. Can turn speed to power. You saw him arm the guy outside, make some big time plays. There you see him long arming the guy. We're talking about long arming and down the back inside, playing the guy's weak shoulder. He plays better.
I wanted Chris in Washington. Speaking of Washington, did we draft any edge rushers? We have not picked a single edge rusher yet. We have no edge rushers. What does Washington expect?
We had a really good strength program. We did a good job of developing these guys. Our staff.
Yeah, that's impressive numbers.
What are the players from your squad that been drafted so far? 3 first-rounders last night.
Which edge rushers are still available?
The Green Bay Packers select Javon Buller, defensive back, Georgia.
Man, Green Bay got another good safety.
So Javon Buller, the safety from Georgia. Came to Georgia as a 3-star recruit. Chose to go to Athens.
Green Bay knows how to draft safeties.
To the SEC from Auburn and Tennessee. The 22 national championship game. Spent a lot of time with him on various podiums as he earned defensive most valuable player honors in both college football playoff games. And both even host a podcast, do a little bit of everything for him.
Yeah, I think this got really grew into a player that Kirby Smart, defensive coaches, really began to trust a guy that you could see the versatility. He could play in a lot of different spots. He's a faster guy than I think you'd expect. He's always good for his physicality. One of the best safeties in man coverage, I think.
He can come off the edge and on blitzes.
After getting Cooper from A&M, now they get Buller really focusing in on getting better on that side of the ball.
Didn't they pick up the Giants ex-safety? Didn't they pick up Xavier McKinney?
Not only that, the logo on his headgear is going to be the same, just a different color. Here's the Texas pick.
With the 59th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Blake Fisher, tackle, Notre Dame. Yes, Steve.
So this is the guy who started his
It's an
career
okay tackle.
to the other side when he came back because Joe Alt had become the left tackle. But I tell you, this guy has motivation from his sister Brianna, who's unable to walk and talk, and she passed away in 2011 after a virus attacked her heart. To honor her is a tattoo on his right arm and a locket with her picture in it that he wore at the combine this past year. And he's known around the Notre Dame program as the mayor. Very welcoming, a guy who makes sure that all of the incoming Notre Dame commissioning players get the proper treatment when they arrive in South Bend to play for the Fighting Irish. We've got so many of those moving stories and also those funny stories that give you an opportunity to get to know these players away from football a little bit more about what they're about as they join your team on this second night of the NFL Draft from Detroit. The Buffalo Bills will make the pick when you come back.
What do I think Buffalo needs? Didn't they already select someone? Yeah, they got Keon Coleman. They could get a running back. Braylon Trice is still available. You can get him. Or no. When does Carolina get back on the board of Washington? So Carolina has picked 65, Washington 67. And again, Washington's on the board on pick 100. Okay. I think Buffalo might get some sort of safety because they lost both safeties. They can also get a wide receiver, but they already got a wide receiver in Keon Coleman. Doesn't mean they can't draft another one. It's always nice to have multiple wide receivers. I'm thinking they're going. I think they're going to go with the defensive lineman. I'm going to say defensive lineman. That's my guess.
Now, after 275,000 people came to Cadillac Square for the first round last night, I mean, it looks the same to me
close to it. They're shooting for Nashville's 3-day record, which is 600,000.
So I'm going to say Buffalo's going to go with the defensive lineman.
First off, shout out to Detroit for hosting such a great event. Y'all did a great job. Much love. Shout out to my people in Buffalo, out there in Manu, my guys in Texas, the Nolo crew. Mom and Dad, love you guys. Siblings, all that. With the 60th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills select Cole Bishop, DB, Utah.
Another safety. I mean, I said they lost both safeties in free agency, so they needed to get new depth. That was the best safety prospect on the board. 6'2", almost 210 pounds. He can take the spot of Micah Hyde. I think he would take Micah Hyde's spot.
Safety has to guard somebody at some point in time. People are empty. There are no wideouts.
I still think Buffalo should pick up or draft one more safety before, this draft is done. Detroit Lions. Offensive lineman. They could get some sort of corner. Linebacker, defensive lineman. They don't really need they can get a backup running back. Wide receiver, maybe? Could they go wide receiver?
Michigan and across the United States to help Detroit set new attendance records for the NFL Draft. It's a great time to be in Detroit. And with the 61st pick,
I'm thinking something on defense.
the Detroit Lions select Ennis Rakestraw Jr., defensive back.
That was the best remaining corner, I think. He was still in the remaining top 5. I mean, you got to recoup the corners that you lost. So you got 3 more picks remaining in this quarter, or not quarter, this round. They needed tons of corner depth.
With that being said, Detroit, what's up? Spend some time here. Love you guys. Thanks for the hospitality. On the next Flock Nation, we are up with the 62nd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft. The Baltimore Ravens select Roger Rosengarten, tackle, Washington.
Okay. You got to protect Lamar Jackson. Okay, so he hasn't played football that long. 6'5", almost 310. I think he's a right tackle. I don't think he's a left tackle. But they have Ronnie Stanley at right tackle. No, is he playing left tackle? Kansas City decided to trade up one spot. They flipped with the San Francisco 49ers. I wonder what the Chiefs are going to do. Oh, no. They're going for that linebacker. They are definitely going for Peyton Wilson.
But you can't teach them whether it's a good pitch to hit and it leaves the pitcher's hand and gets the home plate. There's some kind of athletic intuition that comes in it. Just like if you're playing defensive back, so you go and then you set the ball, you swat and hook the guy.
Is Roger going to be a starting tackle? I mean, I guess you can move him into guard. I mean, he's only, what, 6'4", 6'5"? So he can play offensive guard. He's not too big to play offensive guard. He can be a backup tackle and a starting guard. Kansas City, though, if they pick the linebacker that I want them to pick, or that I want Washington to pick, they got a tackle. They traded up one spot to get a tackle. Did the Chiefs lose a tackle in free agency? I think they did. So we got so far in the second round, we had Buffalo take Keon Coleman, Chargers took Lad McCronkey, the Falcons took Luke Olurolu. I probably butchered that name. My Washington Commanders selected Johnny Newton. We needed a younger defensive tackle, and he was supposed to be a first-round pick. Jalen Polk got drafted by the New England Patriots. I thought he should have been like a third, maybe fourth-round pick. I think New England reached. Javonte Sweat got picked up by the Tennessee Titans. Brendan Frisk is the new defensive tackle for the Rams after Aaron Donald decided to retire. Cooper DeGier started the whole cornerback move, the whole cornerback wave. Cooper DeGier is going to the Philadelphia Eagles. I wanted him in Washington. And then Kool-Aid McKinstry is going to the Saints. I wanted him in Carolina. Kamari Lazardy is going to the Houston Texans. Max Melton, the brother of Bell Melton, who is in Green Bay as a wide receiver. He's going to Arizona. Jackson Powers Johnson, another guy that I wanted the Panthers to pick. He's going to the Raiders. Edrin Cooper is going to the Green Bay Packers. They picked a really good linebacker. He kind of reminds me of the linebacker from Tampa or even Deion Jones. And then the Panthers decided to trade up and get the first running back off the board in Jonathan Brooks, which means I am hoping Miles Sanders is gone. If we can trade Miles Sanders, 4th, 5th round pick, just get Miles Sanders out of the building, I'm okay with that. And then the Giants picked up a safety out of Minnesota. Mason Smith is going to the Jacksonville Jaguars. Chris Jenkins, the son of former Panthers Chris Jenkins Sr., is going. Chris Jenkins Jr. is going to the Cincinnati Bengals. Washington selected the corner out of Michigan. Another center that I thought could have gone to Washington. Zach Frazier is going to the Pittsburgh Steelers. Adalon Mitchell is going to the Indianapolis Colts. I wanted a tight end for Washington. I wanted Javondre Sanders out of Texas. We got Ben Sinnott out of Kansas State. I'm okay with that. Michael Hall Jr. got picked by the Cleveland Browns. Patrick Paul, the offensive tackle out of Houston, is going to the Dolphins. Marshawn Kneeland. Again, I don't like Dallas. I'm a Commandos fan. But Dallas is drafting well.
It's good to be back home at the crib. I went to school down the street from here, 3200 East Lafayette Street.
What is San Fran going to do?
It's an honor and a pleasure to be here with the 64th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft. The NFC champion San Francisco 49ers select Ronaldo Green, DB, Florida State.
Got a corner.
Ronaldo Green, the final pick of the second round. His only interception in college field came against J.D. Daniels.
Chris Boswell is going to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Again, I wanted him in Washington. Javon Ballard is going to Green Bay. Now they have a good safety duo. They got Xavier McKinney from the Giants, and now they got Javon Bolland. Blake Fisher is going to the Houston Texans. Offensive tackle out of Notre Dame. The Buffalo Bills decided to replace both of those safeties because they cut both those safeties based on the cap casualties. And they got Cole Bishop out of Utah. They got a corner. The Lions went with corner out of Missouri. With pick 62, the Baltimore Ravens selected a offensive tackle to protect Lamar Jackson. You need to protect the one back in, what was it, Dolphins? They desperately needed offensive line help because you got to keep Tua on his feet. He's had concussion issues. You gotta keep him standing upright. The Chiefs decided to go an offensive lineman, protect Patrick Mahomes, and in the last pick of the second round, the Niners drafted a cornerback out of Florida State. So now we are heading to round number 3. Who's the first pick? The Jets are on the clock. I think the Jets could go offensive line. Because you got to keep Aaron Rodgers because he's 40, coming off an Achilles injury. You got to keep him on. You got to protect him. I mean, they already draft. No, they didn't draft a tight end. I was thinking about someone else, a different team. They could go wide receiver or tight end. I think they need an offensive lineman, though. Because you can't have too much offensive lineman. That's who I would pick. I would pick an offensive lineman, even though they already took a tackle. I mean, hey, the tight end from Texas is still available. If you want to give Aaron Rodgers a weapon, go ahead and give him. I mean, you can also go out and get a wide receiver. Troy Franklin is still available. Roman Wilson. Malachi Corey is still available. I mean, those are some big name wide receivers still on the board. Cooper Beebe is still available, the guard out of Kansas State. Or they can go ahead and get a backup running back if they wanted to. I don't think they're going running back. They're not going running back. I'm saying offensive lineman or wide receiver. It is Malachi Corey. Nice job, Corey. I said that could be an option for the Jets. And that's exactly what that's the exact decision that the Jets made. Give Aaron Rodgers all the weapons. They call him the Yak King. I mean, this is the perfect spot for Malachi Corey to go. Top of the third round. This is the best spot for Malachi Corey. And he's going to the best situation. Going to the Jets. That's a good pick. I'm 100% okay with that. So Arizona's on the board. I'm thinking offensive lineman or a defensive back. They got a running back. Does that mean James Conner is gone? Or is he now the backup? Is James Conner now a backup to Trey Benson? I think Trey Benson's a better running back than James Conner. So if I'm Arizona, you just drafted your franchise running back, or at least your number one running back. He can truck, he can run through you, he can run past you, run around you. He can catch the ball in the backfield. He's a good running back. He's all legs. He's just all legs. Washington is on the clock, and the pick is in. Peyton Wilson is still on the board. We can get an offensive lineman. Cooper Beebe is still on the board. We can get a wide receiver. Troy Franklin is still on the board. I'm thinking Cooper Beebe, Peyton Wilson, or wide receiver. We got an offensive lineman. That's what I said. I said either an offensive lineman, Peyton Wilson, or a wide receiver. I mean, I wanted Cooper Beebe, but I don't know why Cooper Beebe is falling. But I am okay with Coleman. We needed offensive linemen. We got to protect Jaden Daniels. That's a good pick. That's a good pick.
So this is really, to me, I think this is one of the, I had 5 guys that were sleeper guys. This is one of them.
And it's a long way to go. We're just starting the third round, but you start to look at some of these names that are stacking up on some of these teams. You can make a really strong case for Adam Peters and the job that he and Dan Quinn are doing with Washington in their first year, picking up right now. Look at that list of players. And now on it right now. It's all right.
The real guy, his name is still sitting. Big time character guys.
So to begin the third round, Malachi Corey is going to the Jets. Trey Benson is the new running back for the Arizona Cardinals, and my Washington Commanders selected Brandon Coleman. So Carolina has the 72nd pick. And Washington still has pick 100. I don't know why Cooper Beebe is still falling. I mean, we got a guard. We needed a guard. So it's still a win. Did Chance go to sleep?
Still there. Made so many clutch plays for Michigan during this national championship winning season. A guy who was working speed is number.
What is New England going to do?
The Patriots will make the next pick here. I have a question about mental toughness. And then you go from outside, we're having a mental toughness, so we got to all move up.
Making popcorn? Huh?
I thought you were live,
I am live.
but you're asking.
You're making it. Am I going to pass up popcorn? Who passes up popcorn? New England's on the clock.
For the New England Patriots pick, I am joined tonight by 2 special guests. Christian
and Emma Freeze, seniors from Morehouse College and Emory University. Christian and Emma are examples of individuals who are working to rebuild bridges between the Black and Jewish communities. Have been separated vicious hate to fight it together. Tonight, they are representing Robert Kraft Foundation to combat anti-Semitism, whose mission is to fight the rising hate.
What does New England need? They already got their quarterback. They can go with a wide receiver. Didn't they draft a wide receiver last round?
We are honored to be champions working to fight the rising hate happening in communities across the United States.
With the 16th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft,
The New England Patriots select Jaden Wallace.
Tackled from Penn State, played opposite Old Fashioned.
Got an offensive lineman. The pick is in for the Chargers. Chargers. Maybe a linebacker?
This is also a reflective night for us in the green room, especially us old guys who get a chance to remember our careers. And it gives me an opportunity to thank the NFL for having us, but also the Chargers who stuck with me during my battle with Crohn's disease, my ostomy surgery, allowed me to play 10 years. So for all my teammates, my coaches,
I think the Chargers need to fix their defense.
so tonight, Jim Harbaugh got one of his boys
Oh, is it Blake?
with the 69th pick.
Blake Clone?
2024 NFL Draft. The Los Angeles Chargers select Junior Colson, linebacker.
Oh, they got the linebacker from Michigan. I said linebacker before they picked the player. Go bed. Welcome to the LA Chargers, Junior Collison. I thought they were going to go out and get Blake. They got a good linebacker. I mean, obviously Jim already knows. He coached him in Michigan.
He helps everybody else on defense play better because he's making all the calls and making people play comfortable.
Jim, as you know, they lose Kenneth Murray and Hendricks. This is a big time need for them. I'm sure they're leaning it, especially John Ball, knowing junior so well. What stood out to me about the college career, got walked in on Ringwood High School in Nashville. It's hard to step in and start as a true freshman in the Big Ten and have a magical year the way they did that season as a freshman. He became a leader. So really impressive. And New York Giants have made their selection.
Corner.
Twin brother were picked in the 1997 draft. I went as the
Would the Giants pick a running back?
my brother was the sixth
I think they would.
in the third round. He's now a Hall of Famer. With the sixth pick, the 70th pick overall, in the third round of the 2024 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select cornerback Andrew Phillips, University of Kentucky.
They got a corner. I'm just guessing positions that teams are drafting at this point.
Yeah, he's another one of my sleeper guys. This guy's a really good football player, plays a lot of stuff. That's probably his best position. You see here.
I just know that the Giants needed cornerback help. Right before they picked, I said corner. And that's exactly what they picked. Corner out of Kentucky.
This guy clearly is really locked in on what Mark will offer him, and he's got all the physical ability you want to see. But I think he really improved as a player based on what you were talking about earlier, guys becoming instinctive through reps. There's another example of it at that position right there.
The Cardinals have been one of the busier teams for second and third round, and they've picked this now in.
With the 71st pick in the 2020
Wide receiver. Oh, you're the guard. Six 6'4", 315 pounds. It's always good to have more offensive linemen than you need. Arizona is doing really well. Carolina. Peyton Wilson is still on the board. Peyton Wilson's still on the board. Troy Franklin's still on the board. The best center's already gone. We haven't drafted an edge rusher yet. Or a corner. I don't think we dropped at the corner. I think this is Peyton Wilson, though. Because we went running back in the second. And I think we only have one pick. Yeah. So we went running back in the second round with Jonathan Brooks. So I think in the third round, we either go corner, edge, or linebacker. I really want Peyton Wilson. He's kind of like a Luke Kuechly. And we haven't had a linebacker like that since Luke. So that's my pick. I mean, Adrian Cooper is already gone. A lot of the good cornerbacks are already gone. So I'm hoping that this is the linebacker Peyton Wilson. I mean, TJ Tampa is actually still available. I'll take the corner. But yeah, I think it's Peyton Wilson. I'm hoping it's Peyton Wilson. Come on, Peyton Wilson. Or corner. Or an offensive lineman. That's what I want. Peyton Wilson. Corner. Lineman.
And with the 72nd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select Trevin Wallace, linebacker, Kentucky.
Man. We say a linebacker, but that's the wrong linebacker that I wanted. He's a good linebacker. I'm not saying that he's a bad linebacker. It's just I wanted Peyton Wilson. He's quick, though. He's almost 240 pounds. Is it too much to say he's kind of like a Thomas Davis? Just saw a few highlights. Is it too high to say he's like, a bottom of the tier Thomas Davis? There goes Cooper Beebe. Great. Dallas isn't supposed to draft this well.
So I was an education major, and in order to graduate, you got student teach. So I student taught it.
Dallas is not supposed to draft this well.
And here's some videotape evidence of what Nick was talking about. The offense coach is going to end up playing guard at the NFL level, but he did have some experience at Kansas State.
Braylon Trice is going to Atlanta. That's a good edge. Atlanta got a good edge. I wanted Washington to get Braylon Trice because we have no edge rushers now. What is Washington going to do at edge? He's a good edge rusher.
He makes a ton of plays slipping balls. He's not really a power guy. And play defensive end at some point.
I think the Raiders might be where Spencer Rattler goes. Chicago's pick is in. But yeah, I think this is where Spencer Rattler goes. I think Spencer Rattler goes 77 to the Las Vegas Raiders. Or even Seattle, even the Seattle Seahawks at 81. Yeah, I'm thinking Raiders or the Seahawks get Spencer Rattler.
Chicago Bears select Karan Amagazi, tackle out of Yale.
I don't know who he is, but he must be smart because he went to Yale. And that's a cool name. That's a cool name, I gotta say. Wow.
Caleb Williams hopes so. Broncos have made it back. I love you, Detroit. On behalf of the Walton Penner Family Ownership Group and my former owner, Pro Football Hall of Famer, Pat Bowlen, and the legendary Bronco players I played with, Chip Bailey, Al Wilson, John Lynch, Jason Elam, Matt the Hawk Prater, and the greatest undrafted wide receiver in NFL history, Rod Smith, the world's greatest fans. Super fan, Alan Levine Jones, who we lost recently. Rest in peace, Bronco Betty. My coach, Mike Shanahan. Put Mike Shanahan in the Hall of Fame. Let's go Broncos. God bless Bo Nix. With the 76th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft.
See what they pick.
Three-time Super Bowl champion Denver Broncos select Jonah Ellis, linebacker.
A linebacker from Utah.
The son of the great Luther Ellis, who was the first-round pick in the
The Raiders at 13 could be a spot for Spencer Rattler. I'm just thinking about places that I think Spencer Rattler could go in and possibly start. It'd be the Raiders and the Seahawks. Or Seahawks as a backup, like a mid backup. Or even the Rams. Spencer Rattler can go to the Rams. Okay, well, the Raiders went tackle. Texans are on the clock. Got a trade. The Raiders have been doing really well. Well, Brock Bowers, I was a little shocked that they drafted him at 13.
What about Spencer Rattler of South Carolina, who continues to sit and wait?
Yeah, Reese, that's whose name we're waiting to hear next here. And
I really think Spencer Rattler will get drafted in this round. Maybe if he doesn't get drafted tonight, he might get drafted 4th or 5th round.
Tangibles and intangibles. No one questions Spencer Rattler's arm talent. He's just 6 feet tall and he runs a 5-flat 40. And then there's the intangibles about Rattler, especially going back to his days at Oklahoma when he lost the job to Caleb Williams. There's questions about his work ethic, questions about his attitude, and you have to ask the question if you draft him, can you trust him to come in and be a backup?
I don't know.
All right, Pete. Well, I'd say Pete powering through. Yeah, he is. Effort. Nick talks about it. Guys, you got hurt. I'll tell you what. Texans have made a pick. Got to flip him a game ball.
Let's see what the Texans do.
Philadelphia Eagles have traded the 78th pick to the Houston Texans. With the 78th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Kalen Bullock, defensive back, USC.
Okay. They need an extra safety.
With his grandmother, Maggie McDaniels, from 6th grade till he finished high school. In fact, he saw her every day from that period of time until he went and moved in the dorm. She passed away in October of 23, just a couple of days before USC had an overtime game against Arizona. He paid a tribute to his grandmother on a talented award in that the game-defining game saving play in the second overtime that he dedicated to the Trojans already 17-point deficit and ended up winning the game against the Wildcats there. Made big plays. The veteran got 7 interceptions in 22. That's the most in the Pac-12. I like this guy, kid. He's got great range. And he's really a ball. 7 interceptions. I always look at guys that get lots of interceptions. It's like they have good instincts. They can run it off. This guy does that well. There's one thing he reminds me of. You know, Eric Turner was a guy he drafted at safety in the second round to the Cleveland Browns. And he comes up the tackle. He's got to learn to go long stride, short stride, and break down. So he does not miss tackles. He tries to overhit guys and overshoot some marks. That's the one thing he's going to improve on. All this other stuff.
Okay.
But I like this pick. I like this guy. He's going to take me out.
He's not a bad safety. He plays good coverage. And he has some speed. That's all you want from a good safety. Being able to cover your opponent, cover your receiver. And if you get a pick, run it to the house. The Colts got an extra offensive lineman. It's a good depth piece.
So this pick means something to me. It has not been and now he's going to be drafted by the Bengals. So with the 80th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select Jermaine Burton, wide receiver.
Jermaine Burton. That's a great wide receiver for the Bengals. What does this mean for T. Higgins then? Does that mean T. Higgins might get traded? Do you trade away T. Higgins? He wants to trade. Or would you use him as a wide receiver 3 and then try to re-sign T. Higgins? I mean, I know T. Higgins has the franchise tag. Doesn't seem like he's happy to be in Cincinnati, though. So far in the third round, we got Malachi Corey going to the Jets. We got Trey Benson, the second running back taken, going to the Arizona Cardinals. You got my Washington Commanders selecting guard Brandon Coleman. Caden Wallace, the offensive tackle, goes to New England. A Michigan linebacker, Junior Carlson, goes to the LA Chargers. The Giants get a corner in Phillips. The Arizona Cardinals get Isaiah Adams, guard out of Illinois. The Panthers go linebacker, but not Peyton Wilson. They go Trevin Wallace out of Kentucky. Cooper Beebe goes in the third round to the Dallas Cowboys, which sucks because I want him in Washington. Braylon Trice goes to the Atlanta Falcons. Also sucks because I wanted him in Washington. The Bears got an offensive tackle out of Yale. The Broncos got an edge rusher in Ellis. The Raiders got a depth piece at offensive tackle. The Houston Texans got a safety in Bullock. The Indianapolis Colts got a depth piece on the offensive line. And the most recent pick, the Cincinnati Bengals selected Jermaine Burton out of Alabama. What does that mean for T. Higgins? Is he now tradable? Or is he staying in Cincinnati? Right now, pick is in for Seattle Seahawks. This could be the point where Peyton Wilson gets drafted. The Seattle Seahawks need linebacker help.
Generated for them over the years. That's not exactly. Still coach has millions. They're not taking any credit. So I never even sent me a free box. The two biggest sweet tea on this desert and me, 100% for sure. 100%. Let's do this. Big pile. Let's go to the stage.
girls as we fight in the state of Washington to make girls flag football a sanctioned sport. Everybody that's watching in Washington, let's vote and let it make this happen. And now, to all the 12s and everybody watching, with the 81st pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Christian Haynes, guard from Newcastle.
Christian Haynes.
Offensive lineman taking his time for the most through 3 rounds in the common draft era. Keep well confident. They need no doubt. That was 49 straight starts here for Christian Haynes, a 6-year player. He caught him, but one of those was canceled because of the COVID year. And this guy was a high school wrestler. I gotta tell you, he shows up on tape. I say this in a way of affection. Might be the nastiest, might be the meanest player on the team. Senior VP of Football Operations and Chief Football Administrative Officer Don Aponte.
With the 82nd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Tip Ryman, tight end, Illinois.
Another tight end goes off the board.
He said Ryman's filmed in one of his clients who happened to be Ron Smith, who was Illinois' offensive coordinator. How great is that? How great is that? It's definitely part of the 400 club for full field over here. Guys who had 19 catches during their final college season get drafted in the third round. The answer is not too many, but Tip Ryman was a player who saw his stock soar during the pre-draft process. Showed up at the Shrine Bowl and the Combine. 273 pounds.
Dang, 273.
He didn't have a lot of exposures, only had 2 targets this past season, from 10 more yards down the field, made the most of his opportunities, and beyond the physical skill set, the guy's got off the chart character.
You know, I think this guy's one of those on-the-ball tight ends. He can play on the ball because he can block. He's got the size to block. He's a good athlete in the passing game, and he has good hands. So this guy is a little different than the other guys we've seen drafted so far at the tight end position.
And probably the best blocking tight end in the entire draft, to Coach's point. This guy's going to help you set the edge in the running game. And back-to-back Illinois players here for Arizona. I got to tell you, absolutely love the haul for them so far.
So
Those teams are really standing at the 4 picks tonight at the Cardinals. Rams have made a selection.
Isaac Bruce.
Isabella Bruce, 14 years old, 8th grader, state qualifier in the 4x100. And with the 83rd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the 2-time Super Bowl champion Los Angeles Rams select
Blake Corum.
There goes Blake. Blake Corum goes to the LA Rams. Wow. Blake Corum goes to the LA Rams. I was expecting him to be the second running back, if not the first running back off the board. He was the third running back off the board. He's a good running back, though, too. That's a great pick. He's not the tallest, but he is strong, though. He will break tackles. He did run a lot in college. Pittsburgh Steelers. Roman Wilson. The Steelers just got their new wide receiver in the 3rd round.
Michigan Wolverines were see Blake Corum drafted. The joy continues because while we were having the discussion on Corum, Roman Wilson there. Roman Wilson now, his football journey began in a way that not many have to do. Back in Hawaii, he would fly each day from Maui to Oahu and back to attend St. Louis High School. You probably recognize that. My mom played there, Marcus Mariota, a number of other great quarterbacks from that place. So in 10th grade, Wilson and his father Jeffrey had moved to Oahu, made things easier.
That's a great wide receiver.
He was a sensational player for the Wolverines and a speed burner. His mom, Colleen, was an elite.
This is like right around where I thought he would get drafted.
Michigan won the national championship. It's not just their sixth player. A lot of these guys have the same personality. They played for the Block M. They didn't play for Tristan's draft. They played for Michigan. And it has a big part of it with the personality of this football team. Coach, you've had teams that have been like that. You've had teams that are maybe more talented. They weren't like that. They're maybe focused on this day. That's why Michigan's had this success. I love this kid. I love a lot of these players on his team. Silky smooth, electrifying athlete. And just one of kind of a backyard football type of instincts when he gets a chance to make a play.
I think this guy's really most effective when he's in the slot. He's got great speed and quickness. And Michigan, to me, did a great job with this guy running a lot.
You got George Pickens and Roman Wilson. And you can put Roman in the slot. You can put him out wide. You can put him in the backfield.
What do you got? The music in the background. Go ahead. Take me home, country roads, man. I was listening. I still don't hear country roads. I got something else that you guys couldn't put two and two together. There's nothing new about that. Your other players from Michigan has been selected. It appears we've reached the Michigan portion of the draft. There's more to come. The NFL draft on ABC. Now a quick.
Okay, so Texans got the safety out of USC, Colin Bullock. The Colts got a depth piece at offensive line. The Bengals got Jermaine Burton out of Alabama. The Seattle Seahawks got a guard out of Connecticut, Christian Haynes. The Arizona Cardinals got Tip Raymond, tight end out of Illinois. Blake Corum, running back out of Michigan, finally got picked. He's going to the LA Rams. And then his teammate in college, Roman Wilson, is going to the Pittsburgh Steelers. We have about almost 20 picks left, about 15-ish. Zach Center is going to Cleveland. There's still some really good players on the board. Cowboys are back on the clock. The Niners selected a offensive guard. And also ruined the streak of Michigan players. There's still a lot of good players left. I mean, we still have Peyton Wilson that's available. We still have the son of Jerry Rice, Brendan Rice, is still available. Johnny Wilson is still available. There's some other offensive linemen and linebackers that are still available as well. Jatavion Sanders is still available in this draft. Some nice edge rushers are still available in this draft. Troy Franklin is still available. TJ Tampa, who's a corner, he's still available. Spencer Rattler. Luke McCaffrey, who's probably going to be a 5th round pick, maybe a 6th round pick.
So that brings us to the Dallas Cowboys. The Cowboys took Cooper Beatty earlier tonight. This will be the 87th overall pick, and we go down now as the selection has been made.
Okay.
I just want to thank the Cowboys organization for giving me this opportunity to represent them tonight. But I'm going to defer this honor to my son Chase to announce the 3rd round draft selection. Chase?
With the 87th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Marist Liufau, linebacker, Notre Dame.
Campbell wouldn't let me live this down if I didn't mention that Liufau is the cousin to Puka Nacua from the Rams.
He's the cousin? I have no idea who that linebacker is that the Cowboys just drafted. He kind of plays like Fred Warner from the Niners. Yeah, he kind of reminds you of Fred Warner. Just full speed. Oh, nice pick, Green Bay. You got to replace Aaron Jones at some point.
Started his career in South Carolina before going to USC. Grew up in Delaware. Played a 4-hour round-trip commute to play at the
I think that was a good pick by Green Bay. They needed to replace Aaron Jones. I know they got Josh Jacobs in free agency. And they have A.J. Dillon still. But you got to find a third string back. This could be the third string. He's athletic too. Yeah, he's going to be a third down back for Green Bay. Because you got Josh Jacobs, A.J. Dillon, and now Lord.
With the 89th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Tyke Smith, defensive back, Georgia.
Okay, that's a nice running mate for Antoine Winfield Jr. Oh, came in like a missile straight at the quarterback. This third round is going by quickly.
To recap, they took Marvin Harrison last night, Darius Robinson, edge rusher, maybe an inside defensive lineman out of Missouri, took quarterback Max Melton from Rutgers, Trey Benson from Florida State, got Isaiah Adams and Tim Lyman up front. So here's the next pick for the Cardinals.
Is it going to be a linebacker? Wide receiver?
Jones, defensive back, Boston College.
Now I think the Cardinals trying to speak to my heartstrings here, Luis. Yeah. His guy Elijah Jones, he's a track star in high school.
Okay.
In college as well. 6-year player for the BC Eagles, played in that Jeff Hadley scheme. He's now the Packers defensive player. I thought they might have had interest in him around this range. And if you're going to play for Jeff Hadley, two things you got to be able to do. Run and play man coverage. Elijah Jones is terrific.
He's a good man-to-man corner.
And the worst Power 5, only with a 3.9. Elijah Jones on his way to the Cardinals.
Got less than 10 picks remaining. What is the Green Bay Packers going to select?
With the 91st pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers select Tyron Hopper, linebacker, Missouri.
Tyron Hopper. What is wrong with Peyton Wilson? Is it because of his injury history or something? I mean, Washington's at pick 100. If he falls and continue to fall to pick 100, Washington run the card up.
Buccaneers make the next selection, the 29th pick of the third round, and the selection has been made.
Tampa Bay Buccaneers, someone on offense, so a defensive lineman.
The Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Jalen McMillan,
Wide receiver. I actually like Jalen McMillan more than Jalen Polk. I like McMillan more. I just think McMillan's a better wide receiver than Polk is. He's like sneaky good. Yeah, I would watch out for Jalen McMillan. He's definitely someone to keep an eye on. So we're almost done with the third round. We got about 7 more picks left. There's still a good edge rusher on the board. He might not be there much longer. A little summary on who's been drafted so far this round. Malachi Corey is going to the Jets at pick 65. Trey Benson is the second running back selected, and he's going to the Arizona Cardinals. Brandon Coleman, guard to the Washington Commanders. Cadence Wallace is going to the New England Patriots. Junior Carlson, linebacker from Michigan, is going to play for his old coach and go to the LA Chargers. Phillips is going to the New York Giants. The Arizona Cardinals selected a guard, Isaiah Adams. The Panthers selected Trayvon Wallace, linebacker out of Kentucky. Cooper Beebe went to the Dallas Cowboys. Glenn Trice went to the Atlanta Falcons. The Bears got a depth piece at offensive line. The Broncos got an edge rusher in Jonah Ellis out of Utah. The Raiders got a offensive lineman out of Maryland. The Houston Texans got Kalen Bullock, safety out of USC. The Colts got an offensive tackle. Jermaine Burton got selected through the Cincinnati Bengals. What happens to T. Higgins? Seattle Seahawks got guard Christian Haynes. Arizona drafted Tip Raymond, tight end out of Illinois. Blake Crum is going to the LA Rams. Third running back selected, Roman Wilson, is going to the Pittsburgh Steelers. Zach Zenter, guard, is going to the Cleveland Browns. The Niners got a guard. Dallas drafted a linebacker out of Notre Dame. Marshawn Lloyd is heading to the Green Bay Packers. Tyke Smith is going to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And there goes that one edge rusher that I thought was going to last longer. But he's going to the Ravens. Elijah Jones, corner, is going to the Arizona Cardinals. Tywan Hopper is going to the Green Bay Packers. Jalen McMillan is going to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And obviously, Isaac is going to the Ravens. The draft isn't done yet. Another edge rusher goes. Hunt is going to the Philadelphia Eagles. Wow. Edge rushers are flying off the board. $6'3", 250. This guy's not bad though. Under the radar, but he's decent.
Is take size, speed guys that have athletic ability, because if you can develop them, you can get something special from them. Yeah. And you got guys that can move right there with those three. That's good tip for the Bills.
In the 2024 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills select Dwayne Carter, defensive tackle, Duke.
Dwayne Carter from Duke football runs in his family.
Okay.
This year, you're very familiar, obviously, with this Dan Quinn Sr. who played at Ohio State. His son is an impressive guy. Grandfather also a tremendous athlete. Played at Youngstown State, also a track and field standout. His uncle, Raymond Carter, played in the mid-'80s at Notre Dame as the running back, and then played until the three-time captain for the Duke Blue Devils. That's all you really need to say about the guy. DC, Dwayne Carter is his dad. I mean, he's listed like
Almost 6'3", 310 pounds.
this is a young man that has worked very, very hard for this opportunity. But anytime you watch him play, he doesn't have maybe some of the measurables that other guys have. He makes up for it to me with the passion and intelligence and instincts to be able to play on the inside. Coach, you would have loved having a guy like this.
Yeah, I think this guy's a really good player. I mean, you know, I like him better than some other guys in this draft because of his tenacity, because of his effort. And he's got the tools. He can use his hands, use his feet, move his feet, use his hands to slam down. This guy would be a good player. He has some good rotation for him. Now, he's a lot higher than anything that's good. How about the Duke Blue Devils getting multiple players going in the first 3 rounds of the NFL draft? The first time since 1967. They're not just a baseball basketball school, dude.
Okay, Jacksonville's pick is in. What does Jacksonville need? Other than offensive line, defensive line, corner. I could see offensive line go to Jacksonville. Or even like a safety or something. How is Jatavion Sanders still available? He was supposed to be the second best tight end in this draft class. That is shocking. I mean, Washington is not going to draft 2 tight ends. Because I know we picked up Zach Ertz in free agency. And we just drafted a tight end. Pretty sure last round? Yeah, last round. Corner. Okay. I said maybe a safety before they picked. I think he's going to be a slot corner or a nickelback for Jacksonville. I don't think he's going to be a boundary corner. I don't think he's boundary. And the Cincinnati Bengals pick is in.
I know it was with Peyton Wilson from North Carolina State. I know it's a little bit with the injuries. I'm surprised he's had hold on a minute here.
With the 97th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select McKinley Jackson, nose tackle, Texas A&M.
Okay, getting a nose tackle. It's always nice to have a nose tackle. At least one on your team.
He's one of his favorite players he's ever coached in any place that he's ever been. There's the injuries there. What's your read on where he potentially?
Last 3 picks of tonight's draft. So we got Pittsburgh, Rams, and then my team. And we'll wrap up. I think there's only been, 3-4 running backs taken? Because Carolina took the first running back. And then Arizona took the second running back. And then Blake Corum went to the Rams. That's third running back taken. And then, is that it? Three running backs? There's still a lot of good running backs on the board. And receivers. Devontae Walker is still on the board. Will they go offensive lineman?
With the 98th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Peyton.
Oh, come on. Look how close he was to falling into Washington's hands. Man. The Pittsburgh Steelers took one heck of a linebacker. He's like a Luke Kuechly clone. He can run sideline to sideline. He's compared to Luke Kuechly. I would have loved to have him in Carolina. He's going to hunt down your corner. He's going to hunt down your quarterback, running back, receiver, whoever has the ball. Man, that was a good pick. If you're a Pittsburgh Steelers fan, you got a good linebacker. Man.
The Los Angeles Rams select Cameron Kinchens, defensive back.
That's a great safety. That is a great safety for the Rams. He is a ball hawk. He's 100% a ball hawk. Two great players picked right before the Washington Commanders. Two players that I would have actually been okay with drafting. Okay. Last pick of the draft for tonight. Can we get A wide receiver? Yeah, we did well. Wide receiver, running back. Some sort of defensive player. We got Luke McCaffrey. We got Luke. I actually had him on my mock draft. Getting drafted in the 6th round. That's a great pickup. I had him as a 6th round pick in my mock draft. To get him with the last pick of the 3rd round, it was a great pick. Great pick. I love that pick. We didn't really need a wide receiver, but we got Luke McCaffrey. That's a win. That's definitely a win. So that was the last pick of the 3rd round. Every single pick of the 3rd round, Malachi Corey went to the Jets. Trey Benson went to the Arizona Cardinals. Brandon Coleman went to the Washington Commanders. Caden Wallace, the offensive tackle, went to the New England Patriots. Junior Collison is reuniting with his old Michigan head coach. He's going to the LA Chargers. Phillips is going to the New York Giants. Isaiah Adams, guard, is going to the Arizona Cardinals. Trayvon Wallace, the linebacker at Kentucky, is going to Carolina. Cooper Beebe is going to the Dallas Cowboys. Braylon Trice is going to the Atlanta Falcons. Offensive tackle out of Yale is going to the Chicago Bears. The Denver Broncos are getting Jawan Ellis out of Utah. The Raiders are getting an offensive tackle. The Houston Texans got Kalen Bullock, safety out of USC. The Colts got a depth offensive lineman. Cincinnati Bengals got wide receiver Jermaine Burton. Does that mean T. Higgins is staying, or is T. Higgins going to get traded? Christian Haynes, the guard out of Connecticut, is going to the Seattle Seahawks. Tip Ryman, tight end out of Illinois, is going to Arizona Cardinals. Bray Cohen is going to the LA Rams. Roman Wilson is going to the Pittsburgh Steelers. Zach Zenter is going to the Cleveland Browns. 3 Michigan players in a row. San Francisco 49ers selected Dominic, guard out of Kansas. Dallas Cowboys are selecting a linebacker. And he kind of reminds me of like a Fred Warner of the Niners. So he looks like a good linebacker. Green Bay has selected Marshawn Lloyd, running back out of USC. Tampa Bay Buccaneers, Taquan Smith, safety out of Georgia. Arizona selected Elijah Jones, corner out of Boston College. Green Bay, Tyron Hooper is going to the Green Bay Packers. Jalen McMillan, who I think is a better receiver than Polk, is going to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Isaac Edge is going to the Baltimore Ravens. Another edge, Hunt, is going to the Philadelphia Eagles. That's a great pick by Philadelphia. Dwayne Carter, defensive tackle, is going to Buffalo. Jones is going to the Jacksonville Jaguars. McKinley Jackson, defensive tackle out of Cincinnati Bengals, is going to the Cincinnati Bengals. I wanted Peyton Wilson to the Washington Commanders or Carolina. Carolina decided to go someplace else. So that's fine. Peyton Wilson ended up going to the Pittsburgh Steelers. Cameron Kitchens, who also I thought could have been a Panther or a Washington Commander, he's going to the LA Rams. And with the final pick of the third round, the Washington Commanders selected Luke McCaffrey, wide receiver out of Rice. He's also the brother of Christian McCaffrey and the son of Ed McCaffrey, former Broncos wide receiver. I gotta say, the Washington Commanders did really well tonight. They did really well. I mean, in the second round, we got if this loads. So in the second round, Washington got Johnny Newton out of Illinois, the defensive tackle. I want to say we got someone else. The Carolina Panthers got Jonathan Brooks, the first running back taken in this NFL draft. Washington also selected corner out of Michigan, and they selected Ben Sinnott, tight end out of Kansas State. He's one athletic tight end though. That's a good pickup. I wanted Sanders, but I'm not mad at this pick. And then in the third round, if this decides to load. Third round, Washington got Brandon Coleman, the guard out of TCU. Carolina got the linebacker. And Washington got wide receiver Luke McCaffrey. So at the end of the day, Washington did very well. Carolina got a running back and a linebacker. And Washington ended up drafting 5 players, all of which I'm 100% okay with. Would I have drafted it? Like right here, I probably would have drafted Cooper Beebe. And then the tight end, I might have wanted to draft Sanders. But I'm not upset with the offensive lineman and the tight end that we did draft. I think they were good players. Going to go ahead and wrap up this live stream. Make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. I might be back. I might be doing another live stream on day 3. Might not, depends. But if I have to give the Washington Commanders a letter grade, I am going to give them. I'm going to give the Washington Commanders. I'm going to say at least a solid B. I'm going to say B. I would say actually B plus. I think Washington. I think I'm going to give Washington Commanders a B plus, and then I'll probably give Carolina a solid B. Because I mean, we didn't really need a running back. Carolina didn't really need one, but at the same time, us drafting Jonathan Brooks allows us to trade away Miles Sanders. So I would say Washington gets a B plus, Carolina gets a B. Let me go ahead and end the stream.